Hey there, gorgeous guys, version 2 here with Let's Play Phoenix Wright's Ace Attorney. Today, we kind of got, we kind of got fucked last time we were doing this because we were in the same room as Edgeworth, so he fucked us. No, sorry, I dropped my controller on my keyboard. I think everything's still fine. I think we're good. No, last time we kind of got pranked and bamboozled by Edgeworth, into accidentally like further solidifying the fact that our defendant is super fucking guilty, which isn't a good thing. So now we're going, well, there was one other handprint though. Investigate. Ah ha ha ha. So now we're gonna do this, and it's gonna go really, really, really well. Don't worry about it. Shut up. You know, I'm now realizing. I am now actually coming to the realization that because this is taking so many streams with Emma and this entire case, I think we may actually end up playing the game with Emma as our partner for as long as Maya was our partner. Like, we knew Maya, we've seen Maya in more streams, but for the first 2 streams that we saw Maya, she was a defendant, not our partner on the investigations, or in the courtroom. So I feel like with how long this case is going to take, in terms of how many streams, how many hours have we played the game, with the person being our investigation partner, I honestly think Emma's going to be as much, if not possibly more, than Maya. What I'm saying is that this case is padded. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I mean, I don't know why you're apologizing. And, like, if you were talking to Edgeworth, I get it. Because it seemed to rock Edgeworth way more. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Phoenix, you know how, like, you yell at Maya for being a weeb watching TV and watching, Steel Samurai? Have you considered watching the TV at times other than that? Or going on the internet in any capacity? No? Okay. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? I mean, she's listed as a witness. It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. Fine, G. Just go and look up serial killings for fun. Hey, Deku. I mean, he doesn't know how to be a lawyer that much. He's only done a couple cases. Seeing how other ones went down would probably be helpful. I bet this SL9 incident or something along those lines is probably listed in one of the fucking books that you've got behind him. What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. Jesus Christ. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you. Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. Music! We already knew this! We already knew this was happening. We already... This is 2017 without smartphones, but we don't have easy internet access. Do computers exist in this realm's 2017? No? Okay. I didn't see that one coming. Phoenix, it was listed in the SL... That's what... Of course this motherfucker's not gonna go online and look up stuff. He literally had the case file for the SL9 incident given to him by Lana saying, read this, it's important for the case. And he didn't read it. Motherfucker... Dickhead, it's right there! Phoenix, we read this! Dumbass. So I was looking at here, I'm just like, you know which category I'm noticing is missing in all of the people who are looking into this? Who was the defense attorney? Was there not one? It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. I mean, yeah, because the time passed. 2 years. Fingers closed. Whatever. Transferal, that's what I'm looking for. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dog. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dog tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. I don't remember the moment when Doug stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? I just love seeing the phrase bogus evidence highlighted in red. The word bogus is very important to that. Not false evidence, bogus evidence. You could dare say that Lana Sky released the bogus. Ah, get it. Prosecutor's office want that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Phoenix, did you listen in court? Fucking Christ. Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. I mean, it sounds like it's your sister's fault, but still. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. No, that sounds like your sister's fault. So it's true, even though you may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. You just didn't know it. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Stop yawning during streams, you fucking dickhead. Jesus Christ. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. And I can understand. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. This makes a lot more sense why Emma looks up to Edgeworth so much, right? Like, this makes a lot more sense then. That, like, Edgeworth was the person who put him away. I couldn't testify about, I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Same pose then as now. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. Ah! I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. Wait, how did I sleep last night? No, I slept like shit last night. Never mind, that's why I'm tired. Turns out putting a traumatized teenager on the witness stand fucking sucks. It's almost like the way that we make our criminal justice system function. Like, re-traumatizes victims significantly or something. Weird that. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. Damn. I gave... Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I gave Emma a lot of shit in, like, the first day. Like, the first investigation and trial. And to be fair, I still don't like how they did her character in the first investigation and trial. It's bad. But with the second investigation onwards, she's been improving a lot. Like, becoming her own character and stuff like that. And living up... Like, because at the start, it was literally just... Random girl says she's a science teenager, is an idiot, doesn't do science, and is an absolute dick to the person that she begged and begged and begged to help. Which I still don't know why that's how they started her out like that. Like, maybe you could have started with the fingerprinting or the luminol one in the first one. Like, start with the luminol in the first one around the car, and then make the make the fingerprint dusting in, like, the second investigation, so every step of the way she's introducing you to science stuff. Like, I know there's meant to be a science thing in the first investigation day, but that science stuff is just open wallets when you see them. Press buttons on phones to learn information. It's just looking at things. It's not like scientific method, specifically science stuff. But again, also, she begs and begs and begs Phoenix to do something that he doesn't want to do, and then is nothing but rude and annoying to him. Like, without showing any form of, like, thankfulness or anything like that. She's just constantly rude and insulting to him. Like, it almost feels like she's a different character from Investigation 2 onwards. And I like her like this, don't get me wrong. I think she's cool like this. I just don't know why she's like that at the start. Honestly, most of this case, like the entire first investigation and trial, I don't get why it's like that when it's improved so much since then. I see. It's almost like a pattern or something. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dock had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. Oh. Oh, she wasn't a prosecutor back then. She was the best in the entire force. What? Excuse me. After the Joe Dart case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. She went from detective to chief prosecutor. Okay, I'm starting to understand why Von Karma never became chief prosecutor if there was some weird shit going on to make someone else that. Lana used to be a detective? Yeah, executive investigators, Lana Skye. Yeah. Better have another talk with her. Alright, well, let's head back to the detention center. Like, we were investigating the crime in the parking lot, got distracted, starting investigating the crime in, the evidence room, and now we're being distracted and investigating the crime that happened 2 years ago. Which, again, there's precedent for because of the whole, what's it called? DL6, but still. This is funny. Hey, Lana. Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? To be better than them? Because you might get people in who, like, just have circumstantial stuff against them that puts them as criminals. And so if you play foul against them, then you're being unfair and then you can put away innocent people. Because justice? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Also that. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. So if she was a detective, along with, like, Angel and stuff, maybe her becoming, like, chief prosecutor is part of why Angel hates them so much. And now the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Alright. Let's learn about another case in the past. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Kobayashi can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police spot. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said? About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? I mean, she's been saying that that's been true since the fucking start. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing! And there's Damon with her. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Damn, look at her fucking pose there. And is that almost a smile I see? My god. Chief Gant. He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still works the crime scenes. Damon Gant. It was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Look at Lisa there. Fuck, you're right. With the scarf and everything. Fuck, you're so right. Oh my god, she does. Oh my god, that is exactly what she is. My word, you're totally right. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police, and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Literally after the SL9 incident, like, everyone got reshuffled and changed around. Literally, basically everyone involved had their positions changed, shuffled, or taken away from them as a result of that case. Almost everyone. Damon, Lana, Starr, and Marshall all changed. Goodman may be the only one who stayed the same, because I think he was still just a detective. And was a detective before. Then obviously the other Marshall changed from his occupation of being a detective to being a corpse. Oh! Sorry, Kobayashi's not here, it's right. It's fine. He didn't hear me. Maybe I should ask about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yeah, it's Lisa. She's fucking Lisa in a suit. Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. I feel like partners for cops sometimes do that. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho, as you can see, him being the one being shouting at everything. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant, I keep reading that as Grant. Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Well, Emma had passed out. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out. And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all. Her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You're all involved in this SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, There's no way it's a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. It's like fucking 5 people at this point. No, that's not by chance. And after losing their parents too. Right, I forgot they did both lose their parents. I forgot about that part. That case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his action came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. No, he said he was fine with that. He said he was fine with the fact that Joe Dark got what he deserved and stuff like that. He was just questioning the process of how it went down. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live with the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. Sure! Let's look at a different murder instead of the one that we're trying to do stuff about again. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? Why not? I'm sure Gant will totally understand why we want to go there. I'm gonna go there after I go here first in case there's something new here. No one's here today, not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking at exactly what went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yes, but you made a whole point about the handprint. I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Yeah, this time limit's kind of bullshit, ain't it? Just slightly bullshit. There, wait. Wait, how do I get to criminal affairs? Oh, I go to the detention center? Oh, this is confusing. Howdy, Bambina. I'm Mr. Kobayashi. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera. You'll never know when life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck right now when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? I'm sorry, Mr. Kobayashi. I don't understand a goddamn fucking word you're saying. Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why'd you do it? Why, the prospectors head west. If ever there was a case I need to know the truth about, there was the one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. How's he not in questioning right now? I mean, it's just Mr. Meekins. Is it really that much of a crime to attack him with a knife and steal evidence? Is that the biggest of crimes? Yes? Oh, okay. Well, not the biggest, but still under the category of crime. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. Wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with a broken tip? That was Joe Doc's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade and knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. If it gets to the end of this and it turns out Joe Doc is actually totally innocent, fuck. I mean, Emma saw him with a knife. Maybe he did. Maybe Joe Doc killed like one person again, but not the rest of the serial killings. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. But the facts have been concealed with forged evidence. That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars of the SL9 incident left behind. Scars! Don't know why I almost did a Nemesis impression there. Scars! I got the looks, but he got the... Sorry, this is Marshall, sorry. Made a mistake there. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. Same. Now I've been reminded RE3 remake wasn't good and I'm sad. Sorry. Imagine a world where RE3 remake was as good as RE2 remake. But I guess I could also say in the same vein, imagine a world where the original RE3 was as good as the original RE2, and it's the same universe. Like we're in the bad timeline for both of those. So meh. When do we get a remake of the real Resident Evil 3? When do we get Code Veronica remake? When do we get that? I should really watch a playthrough of Code Veronica. It's one of the few ones that I don't know anything about. And Gun Survivor. I don't think I've watched a full playthrough of Gun Survivor. Which, by the way, I do have to point out, it's a shame that Gun Survivor is such a shitty game, because the name Gun Survivor should be preserved for a sick fucking game. And unfortunately, it's not. I just made a detective when it went down. I completely understand the irony of it, shorter and more and not as good applying to both OG RE3 and also the remake, but still. But see, the biggest complaint about RE3 remake in that regard is the fact that, like, the original RE3 is already shorter than the original RE2. And remake RE3 cuts content out of the original RE3, which is fucked up. Like, I would say probably the biggest problem with RE3 remake is the fact that it cuts content. Like, you're remaking the game and scrapping levels. Why? Like, what the actual fuck? And like, it's so obvious where And it's also exactly what Nemesis stalking section. Yeah, Nemesis is Nemesis in the city, and never again. Like, fucking Christ, X has more stalking sections in 2 Remake. And Nemesis is meant to be the one that does it even more. But like, it is so obvious in RE3 Remake where the cut sections are, because it's every time in the game that your character teleports to the beginning of the next level. A thing that doesn't happen in Resident Evil 2 Remake, where you walk between every physical location. And sometimes there is things happening between those. Like, it's so obvious too. Clock Tower doesn't exist at all in 3 Remake, right? You have a boss battle. I think there's a boss battle outside of Clock Tower, and literally nothing else, from memory. Which is like, what the fuck? I just met a detective when it went down. That was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. I mean, if it's exactly 2 years ago, that also makes sense. Fucking goddamn it. This is a case where everything that's happening in this one is like identical to one in the past. Fucking hell. To be fair, teleport to the next area happens a couple times in OG Area 3 too, but still. I feel like there's at least 1 or 2 that are still cut from 3 Remake where that happens. Like Clock Tower to Hospital. Don't you walk that in original RE3? Or am I misremembering it? I might be misremembering it. How? Okay, here's a question, because I've only watched through RE3 Remake like once. No, maybe twice. Like, not as many times as you do walk that in OG. Yeah, see? I do fucking know these games. Barely. But I do know these games. I'm excited to play them for the first time. But like, how the fuck does RE3 Remake even end? Because it doesn't end with the railgun, does it? Like, it doesn't end with the railgun fight that happens in original 3, where you've got to, like, power up this giant gun to blow up Nemesis, right? Do you just shoot him with a... Right, you shoot him with the rockets on, like, the top of the building. And then... Oh, no! No, you're in the lab underground and you have the giant laser cannon. No, so it is... Yeah, it is kind of similar. I forgot that. It's, yeah, a different railgun. Yeah, you gotta, like, push in the things in the wall and then go... Bam! Right. I forgot... That lab... The lab's not in the original RE3, is it? Not to that extent, right? There's, like, a sewer thing and there's a railgun there. That's, like... Instead of that, it's a giant underground, basically another nest in 3 Remake. Game's confusing. Interesting. Yeah, everything about the SL9 incident is like matching up with exactly what this case is. Murder happened with someone else's knife, done on a day where evidence is being hidden and stuff like that. I swear to God, if this turns out that this was, like, evidence transferal for a different case and someone was covering up, like, the IF7 or something, like, trying to do the Joe Dark things, I'm gonna be like, oh my god. By the way, IF7, shout out to people watching, Yuck, so I know what I'm referencing there. Original R3 ended with the Dead Factory, a place that was umbrellas down for corpse and experiments, failed experiments. R3 Remake replaced it with the Nest 2, Electric Boogaloo. So I feel like because, like, Remake 2 has Nest, doing another Nest isn't as interesting, whereas the Dead Factory is, like, different. Like, it's at least different to other things that you've seen. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years had gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered. And the evidence locker was empty. And it's literally called Nest 2 in the game. Wait, it's actually called Nest 2 in RE3 Remake? That's a joke name. That's a joke name that you would say to make fun of it. God, that game's not good. God, that game's not good. Alright, who wants to place bets on whether RE4 Remake's gonna be good? Okay, replacement, I'm changing that question. Who wants to take bets on whether RE4 Remake is going to surpass the original RE4? Because I already know what everyone's going to bet on that. I mean, like, people have different opinions on whether RE2 Remake is better than the original RE2, but at the bare minimum, people say that they are, like, as good as each other, just in completely different ways. Whereas I'm pretty sure pretty much everyone thinks, go play RE3 original. It's actually better. Makes me the saddest. So the thing is, like, Remake 1 was done to, like, to boost up this old game, and make it so much better. And Remake 1 was beloved, and then people wanted another remake of RE2 for so long. So after all of these years of people hyping for it, and literally, like, the dude coming out with a shirt saying, "We do it!" or "We did," or something like that, and everyone's excited, RE2's getting remade and stuff like that. And then a year later, Capcom, like, sourced it out to some other people to make one of 1 year after RE2. Like, you can immediately see the differences in terms of, like, what brought about Remake 1, what brought about Remake 2, and what brought about Remake 3, and you can so easily tell why Remake 3 is disappointing. Just from that alone. RE4 Remake versus GTA 4 Remake, there's no way it's been announced because it's Rockstar, and Rockstar aren't announcing fucking shit at the moment. Is there rumors of a GTA 4 remake? Because after the definitive edition of the GTA trilogy, which aren't even remakes, I don't think anyone wants a remake of 4. GTA 4. I should play through GTA 4 on the channel. It's probably still my favorite Grand Theft Auto. Or at least the one, I put a lot of time into it when I was a kid. I'm curious to, by kid I mean like early to mid teenagers. I'm curious how it holds up. It's hanging on GTA 4 mods, people are theorizing it's somewhat planned. Yeah, no, that's the bullshit. The fact that they start taking down the original shit is like, fuck off. Like, remake the game, sure, but take down try to erase the original's existence. That's what fucking Evil Company did with fucking Warcraft 3. What the hell? Not as bad as what they did with Warcraft 3, but still annoying. Scars. That's how we got on this topic, right? There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Yeah, it's literally something shady went on, they shoved everyone else somewhere. Miss Star was fired and I was remote and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Goodman? Goodman seemed to keep his job just fine. If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. They did something to put Joe Dark away and set up some other stuff. And so people who might be suspicious, they just like filter them away. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step at both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Like, literally chief prosecutor. Yeah, Damon Gant, now chief of police, arranged that for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Scott was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? I mean, it is definitely eye-opening. I feel like we are, once again, investigating a different case as opposed to the murder in the parking lot. That is just giving more and more evidence that Lana is incredibly fucking guilty. I feel like we're just still being, like, We're just finding more and more shit that makes her more and more guilty. She did she did this murder to cover up even more shit. Nothing that there has been zero information that we have found at any point in this entire thing that makes Lana look less guilty, except for the luminol blood for the amount of blood on the floor in the evidence room. Everything else makes her look more guilty. It was certainly enlightening. Hey! There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Unique animation. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Bye, Kobayashi. Bye. Have fun in prison, I guess. Even though it's gonna be totally found out that you did it all because of something that... Hey, so, random question. Random question. I'd like to bring up a question. Meekins had a tape, right? Meekins had a tape of the stuff that went down in the evidence room. Can someone remind me who gave Meekins that tape? Did he say? Because I have a theory on who did it. Did he? I feel like he told us, but I don't remember. Because I have theory. Just the police department. Okay. The store is pretty empty, but today it's deserted. I mean, the same two dudes who are always sitting here are sitting here. I don't think it's that much more empty. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Oh, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word people usually use for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around the Chief Gant's office. Just use connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? This was really easy. I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Emma, shut up! Hey, you're right! You can't go in there, it's off limits! Emma, shut up! You know, I see what Detective Chinchilla gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office! Hell yes! Hell yes, we still have a criminal teenager with us. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, alright. We're totally not gonna... Okay. Sure. Sure. I wonder who the main bad guy is of this case. That's why his theme is that. Whoa, where am I? Ganondorf? Don't tell me you don't have an organ just off screen. I mean, yeah. See, I can either do that joke, or I can just be like, I mean, like, it's not strictly an organ, but like, close enough. Like, here, I'll play along. I'll play along. It's getting stuck. It's getting slightly stuck. There we go. Da 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 da. I have no idea where the keys would be for him. I am not at a point where I can hear the music and play along. Quick, play Luigi's Mansion theme. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. That's it, right? I think that's how it goes. I think that's how it works. I really need to like go to a place and get in-person lessons. Trying to learn this fucking thing on my own is very difficult. I'll put it back in its case later. Actually, fuck, leave it there. Leave it there. There we go. It's fine. In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. It's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Buck. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Emma! Chill! I never could remember where C was. Jeez, I wonder if we alerted someone to our presence. Gant. Hey, Gant!
Oh, it's Yoto!
Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. Let's go steal it.
So, Righto, have you been swimming lately?
No I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Miss Marshall's misconduct. Mr. Marshall.
Pipe organs are not exactly quiet instruments. We're being stealthy and doing crimes. Quick, sit on the pipe organ. Boom! She's not the subtlest person around. Unfortunately, none of our teenage criminal girls have been very good at subtlety.
And Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there?
Damn. Damn. Why is that thing always broken? Has this thing just been mistreated all these fucking years, or what's going on?
That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. There's two things not right with this picture. I can't quite put my finger on it though. I already have, darn. Well, I need you to stand behind the suit of armor for this photo. I need the suit of armor pointing a knife over at you for reasons. Hey, look, there's the statue over there.
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's get out together. Go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems the case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gen denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. 100% on the level for sure. Oh, no. Gen's totally a good guy. Definitely. 100%. Definitely. There's no way that the people in each individual case who have the largest amounts of power are like the main culprits or anything like that. It's not at all like we've had that trend going throughout this entire game. In no capacity is this game making a statement about how the powerful use the criminal justice system to try to get away with injustices or anything like that. There's at no point has this game made that a theme across every single case that has happened so far. So I can't imagine that they would suddenly be doing it now for some reason. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Just kick the door as hard as you can. That's what I'd do. I'm not a very smart person, I will say that though. Hey Chinchilla, can we borrow your dog? Can your dog scratch holes through doors? The dog I had could. Like literally, we left him in the house one day when we went out to go and do things, and when we came back, he had escaped the house by literally chewing and clawing a hole through our wooden front door and getting out through that. We did find him. We did find him. But fucking Christ. Hey, pal. Detective Chinchilla, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt, see? From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Chinchilla's still out of the loop. Yeah, you've still been shut out of this and not allowed to do anything. So have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and prosecutor's office, see? I have this weird feeling. Fucking feeling that the entire crux of the beginning of this case was to set up Edgeworth, and they just fucked up by Star being there. I've got this weird feeling. Isn't quite related to anything besides Best Suicide on DS. Have you ever seen or thought about playing the Trauma Center series? And I could if you wanted to. I could. Funny thing is, there's actually footage of this game on my YouTube channel. There is actually footage of this game on my YouTube channel. Do you know where it is? It's in my channel trailer. Or I cut that one. I don't know. I think I like literally booted up this game. Because the whole point of my channel trailer was it was all footage from games that I haven't played. Yeah. Fake trailer, the Bayo 2 and Bloodborne footage, yeah. No, the whole point of that trailer is that it's all, like, it's a trailer all from footage of games that I haven't played. Because I found that idea really funny. Until I got people going questions saying, I see Bayo 2 here, but where's your Bayo 2 playthrough? And I'm just like, oh. That was a fake trailer. That was the point. The only one in there that is real is Kingdom Hearts. And it's me saying the exact opposite about what I'd say about Kingdom Hearts. But yeah, like, I booted this up for like 4 seconds to get to the first point where you'd perform surgery on a person. So I actually have no... I know you do surgeries and stuff like that, but beyond that, I have no idea. The game's good. I mean, I hear good things about them. As you can see, I got this one discounted. This is one of the many games that I bought because I went to a place as like it was like getting rid of its game section, and I just bought everything that was under $5. I think I spent like $200, but I just bought a bunch of bullshit that was all under $5 to the point where you can see the sticker's still in there. So that's why I own this. But yeah, I mean, like, isn't there a shit ton of Trauma Center games? My only thing is that if it's another game that's like if it's another series that's like 10 games long, then I think I'd have to wait until I finish some of the other ones. If it's like 2 or 3 games, then like I could fit those in pretty easily. But I mean, like, if they're good, I'm always willing to take suggestions and look at them and stuff like that. And also, like, I'm gonna get to a point where I put a shit ton of games just as a free vote, and if people want things, then they vote for it and stuff like that. I'll keep it there so I can remember to, like, add it to my list of vote options. 5 games, 2 on DS and 3 on Wii. That is kind of lengthy. That is kind of girthy. That would be something, it would either be people can vote on it, and it happens as fast as people vote for it, or I'd wait until, like, after I clear out, like, Ace Attorney and Metal Gear and stuff like that, which would be a while away. Being 5 games. Unless they're, like, relatively short games each. If they're all super long, then, yeah, that changes things. I love the series. First game's a little weird on whether to play the original remake, but it's super solid. This sounds familiar to other games that I've done. What are we talking about now? Trauma Center. Densha mentioned Trauma Center, so I brought out Trauma Center. I don't know where that came from, but, you know. That's how conversations happen. It's almost like the battle's between you two and court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to, see? That falsified evidence 2 years ago, see? Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood, see? But he didn't do it. I mean, well, he's like not the person who like did the falsified evidence. He used it without knowing it was falsified. Yikes. One of the Wii games is a remake of the first DS game, but the Last Chapter DS game is cut out from the remake, but also that Last Chapter is still canon, referencing the remake's new Last Chapter, and is also a major plot point in the second DS game. What? That is so fucking... Wait. So they remade the game, cut out a final chapter, but in that same remake, consider that cut chapter canon, and then reference it after that. In the same remake that cut out that. That's fucking weird. What the fuck? I don't understand anything about video games. Edgeworth's crisis. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Honest guy's the guilty party here, isn't she? Stop saying that. Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court, see? I mean, yeah, Edgeworth was yelled at a lot in the first trial, like, of this case about not analyzing evidence properly. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as prosecutor kept him safe from the mills that don't like him. But now, with this, and the fact that he's lost several times in a row and was accused of murder, Edgeworth Crisis is my favorite FF7 game. Are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young, so better rest piano for making enemies, see? Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go have a lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. And you don't have any problems with enemies? Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out, see? I have no talent and I'm an old fuck. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him, see? Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crank. It's amazing how we had a case where Edgeworth was the accused. It related to a case where his father died and he found out that his mentor betrayed him and killed his father and set him up. And somehow this is more stressful for him. Also, the Last Chapter remake is super relevant to another game in the series, so you can't just play one or the other. Granted, games have very different feels despite following the same plot for 90% of it, so it doesn't feel like totally repeating content, but still. I mean, I'm gonna play Final Fantasy VII Remake and then the original Final Fantasy VII afterwards, so. Actually, I took a look at the final area while Scarfield was brewing. He seems generally concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? All the evidence Doc left behind was during his final attack, see? His final attack? You mean, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. Me. Seems Chinchilla never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with a murder weapon? I mean, he was knocked unconscious and the knife was still in Marshall's back. So yeah, that's the knife being stuck there. Which if someone just did a little whoop, whoop, swapsies. Just a knife in someone's back and they just go clook, clook. There we go, that's the murder weapon though. If like what Kobayashi was saying is accurate about like the murder weapon not matching up. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Doc was 42 at the time of the crime. It was just your run-of-the-mill businessman, see? Businessman? What made him take the serial killing? He had this weird obsession with hands. One day he was home from work, he hits home with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. Kid walked by just then, so he killed them too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came up to the scene and he was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Does it count as a serial killer if it's like rapid fire one after the other in the same incident? I think that's categorized as a mass murderer, not a serial killer. I think there's technically different definitions for those in terms of like over several incidences or a single prolonged incident. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. Killed that many people about all of that and there was no evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. The last witness being Emma. Jesus Christ. We do still have this. About this. Hey, is that? Has a tag attached to it. The label. Oh, sorry, it's a Sphinx. It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case has been closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. We found it at a different thing. I don't even remember where we found that. Did we find that in the parking lot or did we find that in the evidence room? Like, at the, like, fallen out of the locker. I don't remember. Sounds like a guy who had one really bad moment and suffered a complete mental breakdown immediately after. Yeah, like, he killed someone and just panicked. And was just like, fuck. I can't go to prison for this. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Stab. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Oh yeah, it was in the muffler. Right, it was in the magic muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When he showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Damn, Emma, you were right. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dogg's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it, at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? I mean, every single time they've shown a picture of Joe Dog doing a stab, it's been like a flash of lightning, so it's hard to tell whether it is the same knife in that picture. That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. Correct, yes. A really hard look to determine that. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. In his butt. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. Oh, he stabbed Neil Marshall and just stabbed out because it was like a $2 switchblade. According to the FBI, there's the difference between a spree and a serial killer's time between murders. Also, mass murder needs all in one location and is sometimes by organizations. Oh, killing spree. Right, I also forgot that was a term. Okay, fair enough. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Didn't a matchbox knife? I mean... the breaks aren't exactly the same, but I don't know whether that's a case of the graphics not being good enough to show that, or whether it's meant to be a hint. Don't know what Japan's differences are, if any. True, there's something that we've learned about this, is that I can't go into trying to understand Japanese law from a Western law perspective. Not that either are good.
Killing spree. Multi-kill.
So then I always want to say 5-kill stud, and then I realize that's Dota, not Halo. 5-kill stud. I'm pretty sure that's Dota. I certainly definitely the best way to learn about Japanese law practices. Am I learning about Japanese law more from this or Yakuza? I think I'm learning how it's more fucked in this. This game is way more critical of the Japanese police system than Yakuza is, so. You bet. Down to the last fiber. Okay, I guess it's just the pictures that don't show it being too great. That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed it. Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. Knife tip was in the wound. Okay. Switchblade was updated. Belonged to murderer Joe Doc. Yeah, I guess the pictures... Yeah, it's not exactly the same, but yeah, I guess the pictures, just show it enough. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? One more thing before I go. Let's get Columbo on this dude who's meant to be Columbo. What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. Can he lend me 50,000 yen? It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? That's why Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Can you help us do crimes, detective? He's very seriously pondering it. Well, a detective's ID card can unlock the door. That seems really easy. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? Emma, I'm begging you to shut the fuck up. I am begging you to close your goddamn mouth for like 4 seconds. Please. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Tells everyone if you want to do a crime. Like a lawyer would do. That won't work either. Data was delayed by the day he died. Something happened on the day he died. Fucking... Oh, I hate myself for that one. Jesus Christ. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. What if we bring him a nice steak lunch? I wonder if there's something that we could show him that would make him change his mind. A different, better job? Do you remember she wants to be a cop? I mean, assuming forensic investigator counts as cop. Yeah, and she's willing to commit crimes. I don't see what the issue is here. So where haven't we been? I'll be honest, I'm at a point where I've kind of lost track of where I haven't been. Hey, have you thought about doing a crime? I'll defend you. No, this isn't because I need rent money. Edgeworth's office? How do I can't get there. It's not... Oh, right, when you're in the underground parking lot, you can go to Edgeworth. Sorry, I forgot. You can do this to go up to go to High Prosecutor. Sorry, I forgot. Thank you. Thank you. I was thinking I couldn't go there because it wasn't on any list. But no, for some reason, you have to be in the parking lot of the building to get there. I mean, I guess you enter through there to get up there, but, like, still. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! Looks like he's writing something. Are you writing your fan fiction, Edgeworth? What are you doing here? Sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Totally not gonna read your diary, Edgeworth. Ooh. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation of me? Cheer, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. Babaka. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. He's not in a good mood. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Right in front of him. Running about how many headaches Phoenix gives him. Anyway, let's crawl under his desk. Hey, Crazy Edgeworth's right here. And I can still hear you, dickheads. Just distract him. I'll check it out. All right, Phoenix, time to distract him. Gently raises his hand, puts it on his face, tucks his hair behind his ear. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Chinchilla I see out the window? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Out of all of the things, Phoenix? Oh no, I dropped my pad. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What letter of if you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. With his smirky face. It says letter of resignation. Oh. I mean, like, I get it. I mean, I get it. I get it at this point. Like, with all the shit he has dealt with, and people yelling at him about everything, and it coming around that he's used falsified evidence, like, other people have used him as pawns to put people away, and to make him do, like, the wrong thing. I get it. I get it, though. It's been a rough few months for Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Yeah, after the events of this game, I fucking get it, right? Yeah, fuck this place. Fuck this place. Become a defense attorney with me! You can be my little Maya! I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me is dying. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't just been one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. I mean, he's still gonna blame himself because, as they were saying before, the evidence that a prosecutor presents to a courtroom, at the end of it, like, the responsibility for that falls on the prosecutor, the person who's doing the presenting. If someone, regardless of who it is, gives them evidence and they don't find it trustworthy, investigate and work out whether it is or not on their own. Like, I mean, he had trust in his detectives. Yes, but he's absolutely going to feel responsible for letting them pull a fast one on him, basically. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. I get it. I get why he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Sure! Why not? Sure, add it to the court record. Don't sniff it too much when you get back to the office, Phoenix. Yeah! Best music to play afterwards. Look at this fucking statue for a second. He won such a prestigious award. Why would he just leave it on the couch? Hey, you think you wanted to show this thing off more than Giant Steel Samurai? Nah, he's a weeb. What is it? This is the King of Prosecutors Award, right? Of course it is. You know that. I saw something today that looks like this somewhere. Something that looks like that? Yeah, only different. Now, where was that? She's right. Something's amiss here. Maybe I should show Edgeworth that item. And I'll talk to him first before everything else. I've just started scrounging around his room before I've even talking to the dude. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I could do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. That bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuse I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? And Edgeworth can't keep his kind of emotion bottles up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. And look at his fucking face here. Dude, bitch is gay. These bitches are gay. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves, Babaka. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. That looks like the same piece of paper that Gant was shoving away. Most lists run twice as long. And if they're this particular case, then they go really, 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 really long. Only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seemed strange about it. We'll get to it! Gotta talk about everything first. Gorish. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. That happens like a lot though. By the way, hydration check. Everyone make sure you're drinking enough water. I make sure that I finish off a 1.5 liter bottle of water on stream to set a good example for all the youngins out there. Drink water. You'll die without it. That's how they advertise it on TV too. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finish up at the office? Dude, did you clean up afterwards? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. This fucking screwdriver. Oh yeah, Chief Ken asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we had yesterday, and I know exactly where that thing's from. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Sorry. You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere, like on a shelf. That has no meaning for me anymore. What do you mean anymore? That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell on the past? He's asking me? Like, why can't you just accept it graciously? Actually, yeah, fine, I'll show the picture. There we go, the other shouldn't court record. I'll look at the other one. I just want to see what he say about that one first. I know it's the picture, because this is the one that's different for some reason. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. The shield has a sword. Hell yeah, Monster Hunter reference. Joe Cat reference. Joe Crap reference. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes. The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was when the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Objection. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? No, I have not. Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though, for Emma's sake? Fucking Christ, Phoenix. Very well. I feel like we've gotten off topic. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. I love this American video game that we're playing. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. And if the 2 hit each other, the universe would implode on itself. Wait a minute. God damn it, Phoenix! Such a fucking dork. To be fair, even in Japanese, this is a foreign tale. Yes, but like, there's more connection between the histories and countries of China and Japan than there is China and America. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chip, shield, and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's two items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. So the idea is that they tested it and actually hit each other and they both broke. Wow, thanks Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why are we only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gan. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the ward abolished. Chief Gan. Diction! Contra! He's just a massive Contra nerd and he just wants a shield that means Contra. I don't know which part of that is Contra and which part of that is diction. Also, it's those words in Chinese, which may not mean exactly Contra and diction, but still. Yeah, nothing else here. Alright, I mean, we could ask... Okay, when we leave, there's something. So I was gonna say, at this stage, I don't have anything. I could ask him, but I want to sneak into his office first. Which I need to do, convince Chinchilla to help me do that. Star? Hey, she's back down here. Steak lunch? Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Just out of nowhere? Sure, why not? Miss Star! Oh yeah, she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Alright. Calm down. Calm down. Still, I never thought that you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence. Just a slab of raw ground beef, my favorite food. Nom nom nom, ground beef. Arrgh. My favorite parts of it is how chewy and sickening it is. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. No, at this point, I care more about, like, working out what the fuck is going on in case there's a deeper conspiracy. Honestly, at this point, I'm kind of writing off your sister as guilty. Like, I'm writing her off as guilty, and I'm just trying to see if I can take down other people with her. Like, I'm just thinking this is a bigger conspiracy than just... I'm not trying to get her off. I'm trying to get other people put away. I'm acting more like a prosecutor in this case more than anything. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. Always going back to this picture. We trialed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Is she getting off on this investigation? Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. I mean, because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her. Lana Sky. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Right. Lisa and Stroheim, I guess? I don't know. Not because they stopped selling his favorite soda, but of course it was his brother's death. Look, Phoenix has a need to over-clarify everything. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. I appreciate that they're all just like, no, even if the dude, like, was guilty, and even if the dude was put away, we should have done it right. like they're thinking just like, even if like what happened was accurate, no, we still should have done it right though. I appreciate that. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. That's what my thought is now. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Yes, we see this picture a lot. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to track evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence, you mean? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. His star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. The thing is, like, her hatred and frustration over the hypocrisy of what Lana has done made her give a false testimony in court. So, like, does she see that as fair because she has to be put away no matter what? Or does she see that as deliciously ironic? Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Probably something blackmailing. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. At last. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Okay, good. I have my suspicions this is where it begun. Oh, you're back, see? You're still here. I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files, and turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? Emma, please. If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh. Writes down. Oh, that DJ. They call me a regular DJ, but it's a different type of J that I jockey. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. Huh? I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. Will you look the other way while we break in? It'd be my neck on the line. Officers are lost crimes in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his minds. I think we might have something. What's this crumbled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may never be as good as terminated, see? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. I knew that'd convince him. The only person who cares about Edgeworth nearly as much as Phoenix does. Yeah, if there's something that we can take, like, that's how I knew that would work. So I'm just like, if there's one thing that we know for certain about Chinchilla is that he cares about Edgeworth a lot. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's look at his stupid fucking photo! Yeah! Oh, look at this dumb, stupid fuckers. Ah, look at this fucking job of your face is upside down, you dickhead. Ah! Wait, I didn't actually check it. I didn't actually investigate it. There we go. Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. I mean, it's not, but okay. Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. And he's got the narrow end of his tie in front. I think this goes beyond a photogenic issue. Just fucking roasting the man. Jesus, is that really necessary? Like, my god. Yeah, we're not actually look at this, have we? February 19th, between 7 and 7:30. Single stab wound, piercing heart lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Okay, that's pretty simple. Gumshoe was just in a fight in the dark before taking the pick. Sorry, it's not my fault that I look like absolute fucking trash. Alright, sneaking back in here. We're totally not gonna get caught. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click! Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. My hair's been doing this all day. Every time my hair like moves or flops around, it doesn't reset back into position. I'm getting my hair cut at some point soon, by the way. My idea is I want to get my hair cut and re-dyed so it looks nice and prim and proper for New Year, for the new year of like new streams and stuff. I'm probably not gonna get it let it get this long ever again. I think just touching the shoulders as long as I'll get it before I get it cut again. I like having long hair, but at this point, like I hate this. I hate how it just does this like wavy, messy shit at the bottom. See how like at the top, how it stays like nice and smooth and straight, and then it gets to a point where it just starts going. Bleh. Yeah, I'm basically just gonna like get it shorter, so even if it like either so it doesn't have those blurs anymore, or where the blurs start, it's short enough that I can straighten it, because I can't fucking straighten this hair this long. Jesus Christ, no. Not with how thick it is. We're in! If anyone finds us now, Dr. Chinchilla's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. What are you doing here? Ah! Well, he's joining us. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Chinchilla! You feel like a few seconds late on that one, Phoenix. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of you giving us your ID card? Why? Why? Why is the ID crushed and rendered unusable in Pocket? Why? Hey, don't do that to my card! What the fuck? Phoenix, what the hell? Phoenix, what the fuck? Sometimes Phoenix is a little bit vindictive. He just crushed it. Why? I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, see? So I figured I'd have a look around myself, see? Besides, we're all in this together now, right? You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's see what we can find out. Look, if we get this dude, like, arrested for something, then he won't be the leader, and maybe the new leader won't get me fired for putting the other guy away. I've got a bad feeling about this. Look, as long as the game doesn't give me QTEs at any point, then I'm fine. A desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. Why has it been set up and left there this entire time? On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. It's entirely the dance office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. Strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's Eve party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gann and the clean lady who's here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think. Nah, you wouldn't be. No. Eh? No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. What's bothering you? You two don't think. Chief Gann. Might be a suspect, do you? Look, if he's not a suspect, he's possibly one of the conspirators. What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gann. So let's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. He's either a suspect or just sus. There you go, ignore me again. Look, if there's something that's pretty good in this game, at least all of the extremely powerful people who use the system to their benefit to push them up to the top, at least if there's one thing we can say about all of them, at least they do the murders themselves. At least they do the murders themselves instead of asking someone else to do it. At the very least, there's that. It makes our life a bit easier. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his wardrobe, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gann to question Dark. Man, he never knew he'd be dead just a few miles later. Gee, you think? There's plates here. Shelves are mostly empty. Lana must clear them when she turns over to prosecutor's office. Small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. She left it behind. She left it behind. Jesus. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making a detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Chinchilla has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that! Jesus Christ, Phoenix. Phoenix, what the fuck? What the fuck? Dude's helped us out like multiple times now. Why are you so mad against him? What the hell, dude? This is Lana's desk. Sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. Not even any dust on it. It's like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Cam must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? When that motherfucking cowboy dickhead I worked with was murdered, life was sweet then. Chief Sorgan sure is a sight to behold. Well, that one gets a screenshot. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. Oh my god, the dude literally sits in his office playing his villain theme song. What the fuck? I think if there's one negative thing we can say about Phoenix, he has no patience for people who are slow on the uptake, even if he's not always the quickest himself. He's a very judgmental person. He's extremely judgmental, which I find funny. It's on the 2nd floor, and this thing's on the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything but days except for the ringing in their ears. So an instrument of punishment, literally. And aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. Is that why he takes a long time to respond to us sometimes? Because he literally doesn't notice that we were talking? Oh. Does he, like, literally not notice that we're talking, so that's why he doesn't respond sometimes? Because he blasts this thing so loud to just send everyone fucking deaf? You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here... At first, the chief planned he was stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Isn't it? I feel like some parts of it are stained glass though with the coloring. I guess there's something entirely thing. No wonder Gang came running as soon as ever hit one note earlier. Because he could hear it from no matter how fucking far away it was. Someone's in there, better go. Rah! This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now the armor? Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone in this room? What, you mean we're paying for this? That's it, I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. Emma, I appreciate your point. I would also like to point out you're 16. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you're saying. Oh no, Chief may be hiding in his armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Got it out, you guys know how scary that guy can be. Wait, my taxpayer dollars that go towards the police aren't used to actually help catch criminals, but are just used to line the pockets of the cops? Fuck this. It's almost like the police are over-budgeted and over-militarized. And that defunding them is not good enough and they should be abolished. Wow! Look at the size of Chief Gan's desk. I don't know why I did. Wow, I don't know why I went Owen Wilson on that. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... I'm not redoing his voice. He did shove something in there, though. I'm not doing voices on flashbacks. I'd already did those lines. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Yeah? SL9 incident. Oh, he's looking over SL9 shit. I wonder what that's doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what... No, about evidence list. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence. Yeah. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! Chief must be hiding something about that case. Would appear so. Hey, I joined the stream from 1920. Cool. Sup, Annabelle? How you been? We're just doing some detective work here over on the streets. And the organ's back. Don't take this out of context. But you cannot escape this organ. Are you gonna catch this guy singing? Yes, I am. I don't know how much of it you've caught, but I have been adding C to the end of a lot of that character sentences so far. Either we're on the same thought process because we've known each other for way fucking too long, or you heard me say that. Wow, look at the size of Chief Kent's desk. We found this inside the drawer. List of evidence with the SL9 incident. It says Edgeworth had the other half of that list. Better go look more into it. Yeah, we'll ask Edgeworth and compare them. It's actually the first time I've tuned in for this game. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Drunk minds think alike, baby. Yeah, that's a character, Detective Gumshoe / Chinchilla. And because he's a detective, I always give him that voice. I would say a good third to half of the lines I add C at the end of it, because I can. Alright, let's break into his safe. This is a safe, isn't it? No, that's a rope. Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue, see? Okay, you say so. I mean, the fact that it's intriguing, there might be stuff in there. Unfortunately, we don't have a parrot around to tell us the code for it this time. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. But don't touch it yet. Don't touch it yet. 7-digit number. Didn't we see one of those somewhere? How about returning to my birth date? How do I... Oh, I can't. Okay. I was gonna say I wanted to adjust it for fingerprints to see which buttons he presses. I have an idea. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You wanna try my birthday? It's not your birthday. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Just 7 digits of 7. Oh my god. Do you want to be broken into, dude? Fucking Christ. Turns out Gant's a fucking idiot. Bingo. What number did you enter? How's birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. It's the code on my luggage. Don't tell people, they'll steal your shit now. You mean 7777777? That ID number? Think you're 17 shy this time. Can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? June 7th, 77777, my favorite day. Yeah, so I was born June 7th on 77. I was born June 7th, like 75,000 years in the future. Alright, music's getting dramatic. Let's steal shit in here. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Chinchilla, do you need 50,000 yen? Is this why you keep asking to borrow money? Look, it's, the Grinch! Sorry. Oh, fuck! Fuck! Shit! Damn! Shine from a broken cup. Somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's someone else in here, too. A handprint. Leather cloth. I couldn't tell what it was. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. I mean, if it's a leather cloth, I'd assume it'd be one of the Kobayashi brothers. Being fucking cowboys and shit. Or it's... I don't know if Gant's suit is leather, but still. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Ow. Well, it's just an ow. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Right, now I have to get them, prove their relevancy to get them. Other two items relate to the SL9 incident. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do to show the detective. I can't. I guess I have to present it to him? I guess if I present the items to him, I can do it. Is he... Did he understand? I think did I fuck up or not? I skipped a lot of dialogue because I thought I gave him the wrong thing. Did I not? I don't know. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead! Take my fingerprints! It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. So about the cloth we found in the safe. Okay, it was. I just skipped a bunch. Howdy, y'all. What'd I miss? The chief of police is super fucking guilty, and we broke into his safe, and we're about to steal a bunch of his shit. Mainly that. Mainly that. And also Edgeworth's gonna quit. Edgeworth is gonna resign. Oh, I knew that. One with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. Are you my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Dust off. I can't dust off the side. Justice, and ready, and... Hey! Gave him my best shot. Kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? Doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Let's try a different finger then. Alright, what about the thumb? Be sure to blow into the DS microphone. Sorry, right, I have to blow into the DS microphone. Alright. Alright. Okay. Gotta make sure we do it right. There we go. Gave him my best shot. It's not enough. Not quite enough. Alright, top finger! Let's give it the finger! Dust everywhere. And... there we go, that's a good one. What are the mysteries we still want to solve? Where the sword is in the shield. Whose fingerprints these are, which we're currently doing. And we don't know anything extra about the evidence room as of right now. But I feel like we're not going to learn that unless we go into court. There we go. Where's Gant? No, it's not Gant. Oh, it's Emma. Oh, these are Emma's prints. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Drake's prints. Dark's prints, sorry. Hey, yo, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just give this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Bears Emma Sky's prints. We haven't looked at this, have we? Useful. Oh, what the fuck? What? What? I think this is the picture that Emma drew. Wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? Can't make it out. Better keep it quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? Better not forget about this picture. Phoenix is keeping a lot of things secret right now. He's keeping a lot of things secret from Emma. It's like he doesn't want to break her heart or anything. Detective Chinchilla, could you have a look at this jar? I don't remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. That was literally yesterday. Do be loving Gant's theme though. It's very appropriate for his stature. Unfortunately, I don't know how to play it on my synth, so I can't show it off to you. Kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't there sharp piece of evidence from that case? Phoenix isn't the core system. He's trying not to re-traumatize the teenager. This is true. This is true. That's right. One of the shots at SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know the fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe, which looks like it has letters on it, which the rest looks like blood splatter. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's save a fence. Hey, I want to see Pixie, your dead sister. He's learning. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can paste this together again. We'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Bloop. All right, I gotta rotate, don't I? And combine! Okay, that absolutely looked like lettering in the picture that we saw, where now it doesn't look as... I don't know. Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gam willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? It's piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Like the smear on it is totally different. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gan hide this in his safe? Unless it does spell out something and that's like a critical piece of information. Like the picture that it was when it was an individual piece looks like it had letters on it, and now it looks very different. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card that I crushed, we were able to get some hard evidence.
Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Chief Gan! I didn't think he'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and I saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective.
Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Someone's punched a cop and burst out bubble, yeah. Do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir.
Now get out!
Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you're the one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir? Spiky hair.
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir,
I'm gonna let you with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Wait. What? Wait, what? Oh, without the spiky hair. Oh, I misread that. I'm not leaving Emma here with you. Mr. Wright! Okay, I guess I am. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gambler's hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you're listening to me! I'm gonna try to smooth things up with the Chief again. Later, pal. That's not gonna work well. Detective Chinchilla is now just Chinchilla. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. That's not good. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. So now he's thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. I mean, there's been a couple. Wasn't she the one who got us the SL9 shit? Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Why, because you two were in lesbians with each other? Or was it unrequited lesbians? I don't remember. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth. Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. He talks about me. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get it. Tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. Well, as an eyewitness who was lying. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask this person is you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Well, yeah. Dick joke. Dick joke. He's got that spiky head. It's very unpleasant. Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes. Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant. Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of the investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. The thing that he hid. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. I was gonna say do we have to present that as well? But he just did them both together. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps should I say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Edgeworth, I need you to go and take something back to the office. Wink, wink. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. Oh. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. Look at this large jar. It's part of a murder case 2 years ago. I have pieces of it which have been hidden from the public. I keep this on me at all times. Doesn't that mean you were the one hiding it? Don't worry about that. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. So when you stabbed him with the knife, that's what she saw. And to hide the other one, you just shoved it in the same car? I mean, I guess you couldn't get far, but still. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hands. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. You were shaking so much you accidentally cut your hand, like, doing that? Damn. Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. Damn. You accidentally did stuff that made it easier for you to take the fall. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in him. Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with, and I never wanted it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. Which she very much did not do. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma's so confident. You knew that... Like, after that explanation, she was just like, that's why I know she's not guilty. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gann, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Rawhide Kobayashi. It's Kobayashi? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. So you asked him to fake being Goodman and going into that. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still had made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Faces are slowly coming together, they sure are. They definitely are. We don't know the exact nature of events, or why evidence has been hidden and stuff like that. Like, we don't know the exact things or a sequence of events that Gant's done to do shit, but we for fucking sure know that he's the one behind all of this. We for fucking sure know that. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. We've got to get to the bottom of everything. That's if Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. We have our targets here to figure out how to take aim and fire. Are you saying that we should work out how we can scream aim and fire? Get it? Because my name's Fire. Okay, here's my honest to God question. Honest to God question about approximate length of the rest of the game. The next trial. If I was to do both halves of the next trial, how long is that going to take? My question is, should I stop here and do the whole trial in like one final stream? Or should I do the first half of the trial now and then the second half of the trial is really fucking long, so that would still be a full stream length? Because, like, I wouldn't want to do the first half now, and then we do the second half in a different stream, and it's like an hour and a half. And then that's just, like, in of itself. I'd rather have the entire final thing be all connected. Pretty sure it's a long one, but not sure exactly how long, though. Yeah, that's, like, my only question. Like, I'm more than willing to continue going right now. Like, it's only been 2.5 hours. The next stream will definitely be a good length stream. No chance of it being short. Are you saying if I do a piece, if I do the first half now? If I continue going? Or do you mean if I do the whole thing? Like, I'm more than willing to continue right now. I just don't want the final thing to be, like, short and unsatisfying. I've already got my penis. Like, we don't need to have any more of that. If you do part 1 now, then the rest of the trial will easily take up the stream. Easiest decision. Easiest decision. There we go. There we go. Alright, we shall continue. It's almost like it's padded or something. It's almost like this case is padded or something. This is the defendant lobby, alright? But there's no defendant. I'm trying to... Onwards! We're trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Is this going to be Gant or Edgeworth? It's Edgeworth! Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all data has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. Alright, now you're starting to sound like Von Collin. But she didn't do it. I figured you didn't say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. If he's going to go, if you genuinely think this, if you genuinely think she is innocent, tell me why you think so. I don't want to put her away if she's innocent. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. Plotting how to best rig this trial without boyfriends. Look, we're prosecutor and defendant. We're gonna work together on this. Defense attorney, sorry, we're not the defendant. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. Dude, you were literally, like, on trial for something, and we impromptu on the same day solved a different case in the past. Like, you were literally there. Like, literally there. As the defendant for both of them. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happens. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gann has on her, it's now. Like, Phoenix is in a tough situation because to prove Lana's not even innocence at this point, but, like, to prove that she isn't the actual murderer, he has to prove so much shit. Are we gonna be given the opportunity for that? I'll think about it. It's basically a yes coming from him. True. True. I'm just in for the trial. Fuck yeah, you are, Domino. Welcome to the stream. You've just made it in time. We're about to start the first half of the trial for the final trial of the entire game. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. I forgot to grab my gavel. Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, give me a second. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, spaghetti-er. I admit it was me. Here's the weapon. Damn, Gann, you made life easy for us. Fuck. We're, like, literally taking on, like, one of the dudes who's in charge of all this shit. Trying to get him done for it is gonna be they're gonna get in the way.
Morning, folks. How everyone's been? Hey, OG, been back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough. Drowning enough as it is in the works.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she can speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request.
See, the issue is that, yeah, we don't have a witness for today. We've not met anyone who's going to be today's witness. So, who the fuck are we cross-examining? It's going to be the defendant.
In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
Question is, did she actually request to speak, or has she been told to speak? Oh, no, it's definitely the second. Definitely the second one. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21 of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. They know for a fact that if they try to let if they give Phoenix any opportunity to do anything, that he's not gonna stop. They know for a fact that's what he's like. No, Lana! I object to your gavel pounding. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Uh-oh. So don't let Phoenix use his magic bullshit powers of being that. Give him an inch and he'll tell you that an inch is a yard, and then you take that yard and run a mile. Feels like she could have done this 2 days ago, though. I feel like it's more so she's been told to do this by Gant, and Gant's realizing that he's not going to even let this happen. Motherfucker got Von Karma put away when he wasn't even the one on trial, or the trial that put him away wasn't even the one that was happening that day. I think Gant realizes who he's up against with Phoenix and doesn't want to give him even the slightest opportunity. Dude doesn't care about doing this right or crushing him, he just doesn't want to fucking get caught. So why give them any opportunity? But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I'd like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's further need to continue this trial.
What the fuck do we do in this situation?
Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant...
Objection!
Edgeworth? One moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth!
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling of this age would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand it's a difficult time for you, but why don't you just keep being a good little boy and keep your mouth shut?
Fuck you, Gant. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. Oh my god, Edgeworth is not fucking around anymore. You motherfuckers made me use false evidence. Fuck you, I don't give a shit about you. Go fuck yourself.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Jesus Christ, Edgeworth is not here to fuck around. He is not here to fuck around at all, my god. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to be some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal,
He is fucking so mad. He is so fucking furious.
Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
Fuck you. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. Alright, we have a plan. I don't know what his plan is, but alright, Emma. What would happen IRL, though? Isn't really worth asking these games and every character would get fired for not following any procedure. But it's entertaining. Fuck procedure, we're here to take down the most powerful people in the city. Fuck that. We'll take them down and we'll do it right. We'll do it with evidence and shit like that. But the procedures are designed to protect them. Fuck them. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. He's also pissed at her. With the power of anime outside, exactly. Like IRL Wright would offer the complaint Edgeworth does. Nah, Edgeworth's pissed. This is the power of a pissed off Edgeworth. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, No matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Client is being coerced at this moment. Yeah, but you think Phoenix is smart enough to say that? I'm exercising my right to make you fuck off. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. Damn, dude! Miles was so pissed off that he made this happen. That's okay with you, Chief Gann.
Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Yup. Chief of Police just openly threatening in the middle of the courtroom and nothing's happening. That's fine. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Thank you. Alright, time to re-traumatize this teenager. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. Hey, she said it normally. So it's really just like, bro, what's happening? Ah, fuck it, fine, sure, it's entertaining. Stop me from going home to my bitch wife, because I'm an old man who has a very broken relationship with my marriage. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark, of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Re-traumatize the teenager. Let's go. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. I feel like we have forgotten that. Like, a lot in this case. Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. I've given up trying to have control of this courtroom from you two chuckle fucks. Alright, take it away. Sure gave in fast. Look, at this point, the judge is just like, okay, if you two have got some bullshit going on, fuck it, you know what? It's probably accurate. Sure, just go with it. He's given in. He doesn't want to fight it anymore. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Trip to Yesti has finally begun. Sorry, Emma. Vandally to the truth behind this trial. Where the fuck's this ride going? At this point, is the judge on board with it at this point? I don't know. 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon be apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I can think of one thing. See, my problem is that, like, to be a thorough defense attorney, I should press on everything, but also I don't want to re-traumatize Emma because I like her. So, what do I do? Fuck, it's a video game. Sorry. 2 years ago, defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gann. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gann and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dog. Sorry. He was a serial killer. Joe Doc was brought for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran to Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What's Prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out? Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. The victim. Stop there for a second. She's been through enough already. Thank you, Emma. You don't have to go into that. Now then, please tell us. Seeing that imprinted an image in your mind, can you please describe it to us? The man. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Doc was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Doc. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. It doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much as she tell me as much about this as she can. Actually, yeah, no, we do have. Yeah, this is like my one thing, right? This is sus. I don't know whether I should press more on Goodman or do this. I'll press on Goodman first one. Torture the shit out of this teenager with mental trauma. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what was so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture, because I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Keep asking. I feel mean! This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Trauma, 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 trauma. Witness, would you mind if we added a statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Drew a picture I had seen once, but it seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. Guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your minds. Like, I know I have it. Got a bad feeling about this. Oh, I guess I am. I was about to say, if I present the picture now, how am I objecting? I'm objecting to the fact that it's been lost. I'll try. Hey! Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. Stuck it on the fridge and everything. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Because I'm objecting to Edgeworth. Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! And also, probably more importantly, the evidence list. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over to... Oh, what is this? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. One of them got their dick out. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other? What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. It was drawn on the back of the list of evidence, though. Why? The professional attorney's never turning pieces of paper over. Was the nearest piece of paper the list of evidence for Emma to draw on for Goodman? Well, of course, the piece of paper Goodman had at the time, I assume. But Goodman has... No! Because Goodman has his little pen and paper that, like, is literally marked with his stuff. Objection! That is a plot hole, Your Honor. 2 years ago. So, fold my clothes like a good adult. Whoop. Woo! I have clothes folded on a stool over here. Because I'm yet to actually put them in my cupboard. But they're folded, they're just not put away. Only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? And that's the implication of what happened at the time, but it's a plot hole because why would that, they have an evidence list for the case already, prepared at the scene of the crime. Well, no, I imagine that she didn't write down the list, like, she didn't do the drawing at the scene of the crime. Like, Goodman was the one who took it, and Goodman wasn't anywhere around. Lana was around and found them, and Marshall and Gant were there to interrogate Joe Dark. There's no reason that Goodman would have been around at the time. Do keep in mind that this happened because Joe Dark turned himself in. It's not like people were prepared for him to show up or anything like that, so he would have drawn it afterwards. Presenting new evidence on the final day of a trial, so that's how we do things in the Phoenix Wright universe. Order, order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? We're literally addressing it. Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. There it is. There it is. The whole thing we're bitching about. There it is. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor! Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more on the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Right. I never turned over my paper. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. I never turned this piece of paper over. What the fuck is on the back here? Is something wrong? Do we even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. I'm quite fucking pissed off right now. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. I see why he's pissed off. He's reminded of this. Okay. This is now taking a turn I didn't expect. Why the fuck is the blue badger here? Why the fuck is the blue badger here? That's that thing. That thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Blue Badger's always here. Fuck off, Blue Badger. God damn it. Very well. Witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. She's doing a science in her brain. Emma's picture. I do have to wonder if the judge ever thinks that it's a bit what the fuck that, like, people on, like, at the defense's side, people on the prosecutor's side, and people on the witness stand so many times within the same case constantly rotate. I feel like it happens a lot. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Drew documented murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Hold it. Did you just draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Sky. 2 or 3 days later. Memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Well, you can see the shadows. So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. Oh. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I was glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. I mean, like, all the stuff that we're bringing up now is just, like, is part of the reason why evidence was testified. Because her testimony is not, like, rock solid perfect. Like, this is literally why the falsified evidence happened. Because this wasn't perfect. So there's gonna be holes in it that we can, like, point out. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. 2 peas in a fucking pod in this. And by that, I mean a penis in a butt. And it's, trying to work out who's the top. Fill your own headcanon with that. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. Wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives.
Objection.
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better watch out, he might find some way to cut my salary. Well, to be fair, he's just gonna be like, I paid you a bunch of money to defend me, and now you're being a dickhead. Give me it back. Also, salary? I don't know if Phoenix gets a salary. He's more of a freelance one than anything. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well, that's strange. She claims exactly the same that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. So the thing is... do I present it against this? Yeah. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part? So again, it comes to these situations where I'm not 100% sure what the game's asking of me. I know what I want to say. I don't know how the game wants me to say it. This always comes up in these evidence games. But like, because the point is the dude's stabbed in the back. So do I point out that we're pointing at the person's front here? Unless it was like, no, because she says stabbed in the chest. Do I aim for the chest? No, okay. Because the drawing sucks. The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. So, again, I know what I want to say, but I don't know how to say it. Can someone straight up tell me for this? Straight up tell me for this, because I'm playing Guess the Pixel while I'm losing health. You can straight up tell me for this. Because, like, game wants you to point at the knife. Okay, thank you. Because this isn't me trying to work out anything, it's trying to work out what the game's interpreting. And stuff like that. I know what to say. I just don't know how the game wants me to guess pixels. Okay. The contradiction, of course, lies here. He was clearly attacking the person with a piece of chalk, not a knife. I think that's just the bad drawing. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Oh, wait, what? That's what we're talking about? That's what we're talking... Oh. Oh, I literally had no idea. Okay, then yeah, fair enough. Oh, okay, okay. What they're actually pointing at is something completely that I wasn't even thinking of. I think that's just the... I meant to work out that the rectangular aspect of the knife means that it's broken and not just that it's a general... Okay. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. Okay. I had no fucking idea that that was meant to indicate that it was broken. I thought it was just a basic drawing outlining stuff. I mean, I guess you could have just pointed a triangle at the end. But I didn't realize that, like, everything else is represented by blocky shapes. So I figured, okay. I had no idea that's what the game was insinuating in any capacity. My thought was, she saw stabbed in the chest. The dude's death is being stabbed in the back. That's my point. Which is still also accurate, and guaranteed going to come up at some point. But I didn't realize that's what they were asking for here. Something completely different. Okay. No wonder I picked the chest instead of the knife. I was thinking of something completely different. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? He's pointing out that the knife was broken before it was stabbed into the dude. And the broken bit's in the dude. It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should be not yet broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. Unless you mean to tell me someone had a broken knife, stabbed the dude, and after unstabbing the dude, found the broken piece of knife and, like, slotted it in the hole. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. Objection, 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 objection. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she said she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. How many times did you back and forth this? Oh my god. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gann. Is that the switchblade knife? Oh, I guess where he's got his thumb. That could be where he flicked the switch part out. Okay, that makes sense. Or is that not his thumb, but the flick itself of the switchblade knife? During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. I just want to point out in that photo that they show, like of the flash of lightning, the knife isn't broken. I'd like to point out in that photo, the knife's not broken. Now, whether that's just to not to make it super obvious before you get to when they reveal that, or whether it wasn't actually broken beforehand, I don't know. But I'd like to point that out. I mean, those pictures are always, like, the assumption of what's happening, of the people imagining the situation. So I think the photo's diegetic. No, most flashback photos in this aren't. But it's just something I would like to point out. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. Supposed to be broken. It's a little pointy at the end where it's broken. Nah. It's concaved. The knife's concaved. The knife has a concave tip at the end. Ooh, is that an important text? No. It's EB Games telling me that there's a delay on my thing to pick up and telling me, sorry, because it's delayed, you can now collect it 2 weeks earlier. What? Okay. It's a Pokemon card thing. I ordered the big fuck off Pokemon Celebrations tin that comes with the metal cards. It wasn't going to come out in Australia until sometime in December, because it kept being delayed. So I just got a text saying, sorry, it's been delayed so much that you can pick it up this weekend. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. Card opening stream when? I refuse. I refuse. I love Pokemon cards, and I like collecting them. I like opening them. I like seeing what I'm getting. I'm trying to get a perfect collection of the celebration cards. I'm trying to get a master set of that. Like jumbo cards included, and like the McDonald's ones and the General Mills ones. I'm trying to do all that. I love Pokemon cards, don't get me wrong. I refuse to do it on stream though, because to me, like I refuse to do it on stream in any capacity, because like it's a form of gambling. Like no matter how you cut it, Pokemon cards is a form of gambling. And I don't want to have anything where I'm streaming content where I'm giving people the thrill of gambling by showing them, oh, do I get the rare cards and stuff? I don't want to give people that emotion from my own actions and stream it to them, because I don't want to be someone who encourages that behavior onto other people. And I don't want to be someone who, if I do that and I influence someone to go out and buy Pokemon cards that they wouldn't have done before, or if it becomes a problem for them opening Pokemon cards, I don't want to be the trigger for that. It's like I wouldn't go to a casino and film a video there either for the exact same reason. I obviously know it's Pokemon cards and it's nowhere near as bad of gambling as like other things and stuff like that, but it's still something that I'm just like, no, hard line. I don't want to encourage that. I don't want to encourage like showing myself doing a gambling with real life money of things. Yeah. Like that's part of my problem with people who do like the whole nature of Pokemon cards right now and how severe the collector stuff is about it. Like people going to extreme lengths to buy a shitload of stuff and stuff like that, especially for young kids. Like I'm not going to name any names or anything like that, but like there's a woman that I work with and she has a kid and the kid's like 6 or 7, right? And the kid loves Pokemon cards. Like, we work at a news agency, so we get deliveries of Pokemon cards and stuff like that, to sell and everything like that. And, like, the kid knows about the products that are coming out soon before, like, she does, and she's the one who orders the stuff. Like, she literally has work emails from one particular our supplier for Pokemon cards, telling her about what's coming up and everything like that. And her kid still finds out everything about it first, because the kid watches YouTube videos of Pokemon cards, right? And she tells me about how, like, he started watching YouTube and watching people on YouTube open Pokemon cards, and now he's obsessed with Pokemon cards, and she has to, like, manage him and make sure that he, like, doesn't buy too many or doesn't go over the top ridiculous with it, because he's a touch obsessed and just wants as many packs as possible and just wants to open as many packs as possible to get the rare cards. And, like, his desire to do, like, it's the thrill of getting the rare card, right? Which, yeah, you're getting Pokemon cards. It's not gambling money to get money back, right? But, like, one, kind of is, because people always talk about in these videos about, I pulled a $10,000 Pokemon card. So it is kind of gambling money for money, just through a middleman of a Pokemon card. But also, like, there's no way that that kid watching people doing videos on YouTube where they will open up an entire box isn't part of the influence of why that kid now wants to also experience that feeling for himself. Like, I don't think trading cards are immoral. I don't think gambling itself is immoral. I don't think the act of selling gambling is immoral. I sell lotto, for fuck's sakes, and stuff like that. But I do believe that the companies that sell gambling are both way too powerful, and it's way too easy for them to prey on people's like base behaviors, instincts, weaknesses, and stuff like that. Gambling places will absolutely try and catch the whales to get into addiction. Like, they prey on that stuff and like that. So the entire nature of how the industry functions, I think, is immoral. And obviously Pokemon cards isn't to the same extent. It's not, because it's like they're collectible, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with randomized collectibles, because then part of the excitement is getting the rare collectible and getting the rare thing, right? And that's totally fine. That's totally fine. But I will say, the Pokemon, like, people who make Pokemon cards are kind of responsible, because they keep coming out with these sets of having the ultra rare things. They make, like, here's your Shining Fate set, where every now and then you might get one card in one pack. Every now and then that might be from this alternate section of cards that's, like, the shiny cards and stuff like that. Even the Pokemon Celebrations is like that. You get 4 cards per packet, and there's 25 in the normal Celebration set. And then there's another set called the Classic Series, which is older reprinted cards, and there's 25 cards in that too. You have a chance of getting 1 Classic set card in a 4-card pack. You're not even guaranteed it. So like, I've bought almost every Celebration set that exists that I can buy at this point. I'm literally just waiting on the Dragapult thing with the Lunchbox and the Ultra Premium Collection. And like, out of all those packets, which is like fucking 20 or 30 or so, I have like 5 of those, right? So they lean into that, and that's also that. But a big part of like, for specifically kids who get invested into that stuff to the point where it can cause problems, that's YouTubers and Twitch streamers showing that off and encouraging that behavior. You can look at the same shit with like FIFA Ultimate Team, right? My brother had that fucking problem. Like, he would watch people on YouTube and Twitch open up FIFA Ultimate packets in the FIFA video game and get the rare pulls and stuff like that. So it encouraged him to go out and do that. And when you do that, you can create problems with kids who, because they're literally children, will be encouraged to do that. There's a lot of instances of this, but just like Pokemon is currently one of the bigger ones. I love Pokemon cards, but I don't want to be responsible for any of that, and I consider it like morally questionable for me to show myself opening packets. If I get a full set, I'll like happily show that off, but like, because all of that dopamine hit that you get from gambling, it comes from the pull. It comes from when you grab them out and when you find that. So I don't want to be someone who like gives that like there is that concern. So I don't want to do that. Like, I don't think the act of Pokemon cards is immoral. I buy a shitload of them and stuff like that. But like, in terms of what I can personally do to not spread that to going to people where it shouldn't, or like pushing that, or like pushing gambling habits onto children, where I can do that is by not showing myself doing that. And that's like where I'll draw my line for that. So that's just a moral thing. I don't think it's like reprehensible that other Twitch streamers and stuff do that. It's content and it gets a lot of money. And if people are adults and watch that stuff, then they have more responsibility for themselves for that. There is also, obviously, just because someone's an adult doesn't mean that like another person can't be predatory and encourage them into bad behavior that takes advantage of them. But they're adults, they have more of that personal responsibility. But for kids, no. Like, what do you expect a kid to fight off like gambling urges that they get because they watch content creators online? Fuck, I don't. I think gambling in toys and video games should be much more restricted, that's for sure. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. That's why I've been hesitant to work for big video game studios. Loot boxes have gone too far. I mean, everything about like the monetization. Like, I get like loot boxes in like fucking Fortnite and FIFA Ultimate Team and shit like that. It's like that. Something. The random soccer game you get for your kid should need an adult supervision warning. Yeah. Like, I'm not going to turn around and say that Pokemon cards are the devil or they're evil, or like Pokemon cards themselves are actively promoting gambling to children. I'm not going to go that far, but just on a personal level, I could encourage that if I streamed myself doing it. So it's not going to happen. I remember as a kid I liked to build Pokemon card decks and join tournaments. I came 3rd place, I think, in one of them. I collected the cards when I was a kid. I didn't play the games. I played in tournaments with Yu-Gi-Oh! I had like a really sick, I can't remember what the actual basis of it was, but it was like some ritual summoning deck. And it was like really fucking sick. It was really good. And right now I'm trying to get a Pokédex of all the cards. I'm trying to get a master collection of the Celebration set. And I'm trying to make a full Victini deck. Which I'm pretty close on doing that. James, Stephanie Sterling radicalized me. This was back with first 3 sets, base set, fossil, and jungle. I had those as well. I collected them from base set. I don't think I ever had a Charizard, and all of the Pokemon cards I would have had would have been lost with my father, who I was forced out of his house, and I got to take maybe 2 to 3% of my possessions that I had there. So most of my stuff from my childhood is lost, because I also spent most of my childhood with my father instead of my mother. So most of my childhood possessions are lost, including all of my Yu-Gi-Oh! Pokemon cards that I had when I was a kid. My plush toy that I had when I was a kid, most of my early video game consoles, like my Super Nintendo, GameCube, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, SP, all of those are completely lost at this point as well. I had the Pokemon Game Boy, I had the Game Boy Color that was like the Pokemon themed one, that was like yellow, and like the power button had the Pokeball and stuff like that. Lost all that because of my cunt of a father. She did. I work in politics now, and it's in large part because I started watching her some 8 years ago. You know, radicalized me. Yeah, Green Day. Woo! But you know, it's it's slightly changed. I'm not even joking. That's like where it started for me. Through Green Day's American Idiot, I started watching Daily Show on Colbert Report, which is at the time for like a 13 to 14-year-old was just like, damn, considered progressive, but like, oh my god, not anymore. I was looking at Ubisoft during the whole Star Wars loot box debacle and Sterling's video show, and I realized I wasn't at the right place. I distinctly remember. So do you not work at Ubisoft anymore, Dominic? Because the last time I remember just specifically discussing with you about where you worked, it was still Ubisoft. I didn't realize you left there, unless you still work there, and it's just a bit EA did Star Wars, not Ubisoft. Well, Ubisoft still have loot boxes, and Star Wars was just the most aggressive one of them. So just the industry in itself could be that. I had a couple Charizards, but never used him because he sucked in the actual card game. Blastoise was better. Sure, but like Ubisoft only good when compared to EA. Well, even these days, I don't even know if that's fucking true these days. Anyway, back to the video game that we were playing that I stopped talking for so long that, like, there's this. Look, I stream and I get on tangents. I think that's one of my positives. People can skip it if they don't want to hear it on the YouTube. If you're watching the stream, you're fucking stuck with me, though. But I think, again, for a stream, that's part of the point. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. Oh, that's where we're going with this. Am I really stuck when I can just go down and take out the trash or refill my water? Wait, what are we referencing? Are you, like, stuck in your house? I'm not sure what you're... Go refill your water. Drink your water. Suckers in suck here watching the stream. Oh! Oh, no, you're stuck with me. So I'm gonna guilt you if you leave. Go refill your water. Everyone needs to drink water. Here, I'll be a positive influence. Drink water. Don't point out that I drink alcohol on stream, and that kind of is like way worse than me opening fucking Pokemon cards on stream. Don't point that out. Shh. Trying to be better. But I'm probably not going to stop drinking on stream. Sorry. I'll just put a drink responsibly logo down here. That's what the alcohol companies get away with. So it will definitely work for me. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. There have been one? Nope, there could be one. The witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I mean, she didn't mention that it was broken until we pointed out that it was rectangular. I assume, then, that you have some other information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. Murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Okay. Do I point at the photo or the statue? It's a fun tangent, but no, I only did a couple internships for them. I'm jobless, but some company is supposed to make me a job offer tomorrow. Woo! Let's go! Let's go. Everyone cheer Domino for getting employed. Cheers! Hey! Okay, do I... Because the shield doesn't have the knife on it. But this is also... I guess that. Point to one that actually shows what you're pointing out to be the weapon. I mean, this shows that it is in the office where it happened, so it could be there. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. So looking for a full-time career. Politics is very uncertain. I mean, when the revolution comes, everything that's current in politics is going to be destroyed. So, not like everyone who works in politics is going to die. But, like, the system itself probably won't exist. By the way, that's not even me saying that I'm advocating for revolution. I'm just pointing out that just, like, the way that the world is right now, I think it's inevitable at some point. In what form it could be, that is still up in the air. but like of it happening in any capacity, I think is inevitable. Whether it specifically has the word whether it's specifically the word revolution that describes it or not, I don't know. But I think it's inevitable. But it's tough to ask my parents to pay my rent for Christmas. I mean, that's a present. That's a present. When I say I work in politics, I do elections. I make sure, I like making sure the right people get elected for as little as that's worth. I mean, like, I'm not gonna fault anyone for, like, being involved in electoralism and stuff like that. I just don't think it's going to be super effective. You can try. By all means, try. I just don't think it's going to be the most effective thing in the world. That being said, not much else is either. Everything sucks is my point. Everything sucks is my point. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! Fuck! Fucking goddamn it! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon! He's getting fucking furious. The accusation of false evidence was made and now he's realizing how fucking true it is. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding. He spotted it immediately. He looked at it and he's just like, oh, fuck. That's a broken knife. Oh, that was Emma, sorry. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and a knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol, even though he was a cowboy. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. That's implying that Neil Marshall was the one who grabbed the knife first. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon. Then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! Order! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What the fuck's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? Once again, Phoenix starting a train of thought, but not following it all the way to the station before blurting it out. He gets one idea. And he always needs someone to jump in and save his ass. His list. The one with that picture scribbled on the back. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. I'm now wondering if this scene wasn't... Did this scene happen somewhere else? Or did something different happen? What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we had added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Don't worry, we all want to forget the blue badger. Just don't play the music. Thank God. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible! The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Hold it. Stop! Please don't pursue this any further. Lana, what's up? Your sprite's changed. We haven't seen this one before. What's going on, buddy? Lana! What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime! Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. What's going to happen when we uncover the truth? Truth. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Duck? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor office reports. So then you panicked and rushed towards both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Doc was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I gotta help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was about to witness a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man who had to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? Did she, like, tackle Marshall and give the dude the opportunity to do a stab? Just then there was another flash of lightning and that's when I saw the blue badger. You sure about this? Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him here. Then why is it compared to the other stabbing above and sideways? But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. You mean, but when you say this year, you mean last 12 months, because it's not technically this year, because that was last year, and this is February. Objection. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember! Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face? With its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. He's a badger, not a groundhog. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, but then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. Fucking idea? Not really. I absolutely and positively have no idea whatsoever. Well, it's always good to be sure of oneself. Apparently it helps when trying to overlook one's failures. But I know what I saw, I'm not making this up. Mr. Wright, please, you've got to believe me. Emma. I'm completely fucking lost. Blue Badger haven't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Wait, in this very room? Do you just mean the evidence? I'm good. Thank you, Manzi. I appreciate the offer, but I pass. Mr. Wright! In this very room. Well then, Mr. Wright, what is it that the witness... Why, it's the Blue Badger, obviously! I need a hint. I need a hint. I have no idea what the fuck I'm even attempting to look for. I don't even, like... The jaw... The jaw. This only has... Oh, if it's upside down. If it's upside down? No, not that. I didn't realize I had this little part on here. I think I'd forgotten that. I mean, I'm gonna present it, but I don't know what... This is a reach. This is a reach. Because that thing is, like, drawn exactly like the Blue Badger. And this is not the Blue Badger shape, exactly. This is a stretch. This is absolutely a stretch. I mean, also, she saw a shadow. True. If the window's like off to the left of this picture, it casts on that, and that's why like the shadow's above it or something.
Take that!
Save because it's one of the worst parts of the game. Alright, let's go. Alright. Do I have to, like, show exactly how it lines up to do that and it's hyper-specific? Because I feel like that's what I'm about to do. The mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this! But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? Gotta show them. Oh, you're not gonna play the music the entire time I'm trying to work this out, are you? No, I'm muting you. Fuck you. Alright, chat. Question. Would you like me to mute the music on your end? Oh, Hyper LXD. Sorry. Hi. Sorry, I saw your name and I thought you were Alexi because it's the same color. Sorry. Sorry, I just saw blue in the chat and I thought Hyper LXD was Alexi. Sorry. My bad. Welcome to the stream. Hi. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, I got mixed up there. I just saw blue and I thought it was Alexa. Sorry. I'm muting it on my end. It's fine. Yeah, so I'm so used to seeing colors to tell people apart, which I should probably not do. I should try and, you know, fucking read or something. I don't know. Wow. What? Fuck Smurfs. Fuck Smurfs. Gargamel was right. You should have eaten all of them. Fuck Smurfs. No, it can't work that way. It has to be around this way. Either melt them in gold or take their magic or whatever the hell Smurfs do. Now, I feel like that is probably something that changes between a lot of different medias. How specific does this have to be? How specific does this have to be? Like, would this be close enough? I think that works. Alright. I'll unmute myself. My music. Oh, it's still going! Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. How does the lighting cast on it in that format to get it that far? That is a... How does the light shine that ridiculously to do that? It can be! It's a miracle, don't worry about it. How does the light shine a shadow to make it look like that? That is a really hyper-specific angle. That is not nice angle. Come on. She didn't see a shadow jar. She saw the jar in a flash of light so she can only see the outline of it. Above the head of the two dudes fighting sideways. I would love to see what the fuck she... None of that's making sense to me. Sure, they look similar, but in what fucking... What is the scenario of what the actual environment is looking like to make that what she saw? Because that's what I don't buy. I mean, the jar was broken during the fight. Because the jar's fucking broken. So clearly it means something. She was lying on the ground. Looking up at... I don't know. I mean, it implies the way that she's looking at them is like the window's right behind them and the light flashes from behind them. And that's why she sees shadows. So like above them up that way. Okay.
Order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witness on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean? I just prove stuff and I think of the point afterwards. What are you talking about?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar.
She saw the jar midair as it fell. That's kind of what I'm thinking is actually happening. Because the jar broke. Like, we have the jar because we rearranged broken pieces, and the jar is so important to the case that the dude hid it in his safe. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us, what's the difference now that we know the witness saw this jar? Can I see a picture that... Camel's not making fire Iron Man, he's perfect. The Blue Badger? Oh, you mean Phoenix, right? I'm trying to remember which character was put into Ultimate Marvel vs. 3. Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I think it was the Blue Badger, but I could be wrong on that. I think the Blue Badger was the playable character in that, but I'm not 100% sure. Famous Ace Attorney mascot character, the Blue Badger, obviously. I feel like he's the character that's come up the most in this game. At this fucking point. I feel like the location's the only thing that I can point to here. Because it does, no, stabbed with a thing, still. Blue Badger as an assist trophy for Smash. He does want Nintendogs to invoice the screen, but it also plays the music, so it's a million times worse. See, I want to say, I'm kind of thinking, is it the murder weapon? Did someone stab someone with a broken bit of jar? But I can't see the broken bit of jar to know whether that is, like, a reasonable thing. Someone really bad, doing a really bad job of drawing the Half-Life symbol. Because we're still saying that the murder weapon is the sword. I don't know how the Blue Badger was there proves the murderer. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture on the day taken of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. I mean, the jar's on Damon Gant's side because the statue's there. So how far does that go? Because she hasn't told us where in the office it was. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. Okay, there it is. The witness testified so herself. Because she was sitting at Lana Sky's desk, right? I forgot about that part. Yes, and that is why these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Do they count as separate offices, or is it just they share an office? Are you implying the murderer removed the victim's body?
From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office. Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. Ugh. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Finally figured it out. I don't know what Phoenix has figured out. Phoenix is ahead of me in this game, and I have no idea what he's actually going on about. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. I mean, the murder was done by... It was Gant that came into the office? Is that what you're trying to say? And it wasn't Marshall? I don't know. Like, Gant's involved in some capacity, yes, but, like, to what extent? I don't know. I don't know what Phoenix's point is here. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to be the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, no. No. No, 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 no. 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 No, 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 no. No. The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. No. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife. Oh, that's fucked up. Oh, that's fucked up. We'd have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright. You can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. Don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events are places the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man in the sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Uh-oh. I feel like we've done a bad thing here. I feel like we've done something bad. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances... Joe Doc murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago.
How many witnesses have have proven themselves guilty in this game? Literally the only one who hasn't is Von Karma. Because he wasn't a witness, he was a prosecutor. It was kind of obvious given Lana was willing to take the blame when they were going to interview her sister. I mean, I didn't think the dirt that he had on her was this fucked up.
The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what happened. What Emma did, wasn't it?
I'm trying to think if that armor, if that suit of armor nowadays in the office has the speed, because I don't think it does. I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're gonna have to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
I mean, everything we suggested is enough.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. They are. Certainly can't get dead people to testify. I mean, we've literally had dead people testify in this game before. But, you know. It's all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Once again, what we're solving doesn't do anything helpful.
Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
There's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message.
Uh-oh.
For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I mean, this is also literally happened in the past before. We can prove Gann is Mr. Online, we can prove that he made her take the fall for the current case. Is that a better outcome? Is this a better outcome? It's the truthful one, and we have made a point that the truth fucking hurts sometimes. But which conclusion is Emma going to be happier with? Gotta think back to the court record. The real murder is, it's in the evidence, yes. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Screw happiness, I am lawyer. Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? I don't think Emma would be happy with letting Lana go to jail to save her either. I mean, especially considering in this case, we know that if Lana goes to jail, she's dying. We know for a fact that's happening. It's a fucking cop she murdered. Like, no. No, she's not gonna not die.
Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Fortunately, Emma can't go to prison for this because it was done 2 years ago and therefore is Canada's case solved, so it can't be reopened again. Woo! Emma won't go to prison. Fuck yeah.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us a piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
I like Mr. Wright. Right. And also, she's a minor for whatever that counts. I mean, she was 14 at the time. She pushed someone, they died. I mean, like, I was like, that other guy better? You mean Edgeworth? I feel like you're not, I feel like amongst the people who watch my content for Phoenix Wright, you're not going to have many people who fight the idea that Edgeworth's better. This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he just gonna speak the killer's name? Did I choose the jar? Oh, I was gonna say, did I actually choose the blue badger and I fucked up because I'm an idiot? Gay men pointing fingers. It's not the fact that they point the fingers, it's the fact that they do the waggle when they point the fingers. It does certainly more confident at his job in many ways. To be fair, Edgeworth didn't start his career at literally the beginning of this game. He has a better haircut. He has a more foppish haircut. Looks, everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? Can you see the blood? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away, but fortunately, they left the corners of all the vertices of the letters intact. Really convenient. I guess Gant did that in case he ever wanted to go back and here's my fucking thing. Whoa. Look, I can paste it together, bitch. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. The one with the most intact fragments, the one he had in his safe. Yeah, he kept the message together just enough to frame if he needed to like point this out if he needed to. So here's my question. We arrived at this by like pushing in, doing that, and then he had the jar. He wrote the message on the jar while the jar was still intact. So when he was pushed into the shelf, it wasn't knocked off then. So like, what? Did he grab it after writing it on there and throw it at someone? Is that what's happened afterwards? One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Oh yeah, no, we found that other blood because of... Did we find the other blood because of the luminol? Or did we have... Or was that... Or the dots on there already there? I mean, the stuff in Gant, like, the piece that Gant keeps, it makes sense he didn't wipe away any of that, but the corners of that, did we find that with luminol, or was that already on there? I don't actually remember that part. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Use the DS touchscreen! Yeah! Touchscreen lines, baby! Would have been so much easier with a Nintendo DS touchscreen. Hey, we're on the DS! Have we made the point that we're on the DS? We're on the Nintendo DS here. Do you know that you're playing on the Nintendo DS? Do you have to go play Animal Crossing for your Nintendo DS? Oh, it's 3DS technically, but still though. Emma, wait, what? Was the victim Japanese? We're screwed! Oh, but it was on the original DS. There we go. I'm just thinking of the Reggie move. Do I have to connect this part? I don't think I have to.
Take that!
Also, blood-written letters or so many things there. This could have been the tagline of the case. Have you heard of the features of the DS? Why is this case a tech demo? Why is this case a tech demo? I'm so confused. I'm so fucking confused by this case. I mean, like, it's cool that you're interacting with evidence in more ways. Like, it's cool that there is these little things to make you feel more like an investigator, like you're investigating evidence more than before. It's cool that you get to do it. It's cool that you get to, like, spray around on scenes. It's cool that you're doing more investigation that isn't go to people, talk to people, grab shit, right? I think that's really cool. It's just also very apparent this is look at the DS. Touching is good? Fuck yeah. I had a shirt that used to say that. I think it's another thing that I lost from my con father.
Close the book on the case by closing the DS. That was a thing used by like 2 games. I've played one of them. Well, slightly different. But I've played a game that closing the DS was a feature. I'm honestly shocked no Pokemon evolved by closing the DS, considering there's one that evolves by holding your DS upside down. Phantom Hourglass. Oh, no, I know. I think literally when the thing happened in Tui, it was mentioned. You told me what it was, that it was in Phantom Hourglass for that thing. It's the defense's attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. So here's my thing, right? Was Neil Marshall so pissed off at Emma that he was just like, I want to make sure you go down for this? Plays a unique sound when you close the DS? It does. It's very adorable. Bye-bye!
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Like, did Marshall just say, like, think in his final moments, oh, I tried to save you, and then you shoved me because you were unsure of what was happening. Fuck you, I'm gonna write your name down so you die. I mean, like, because, like, when Mia wrote Maya's name, it wasn't to implicate Maya. It was to say, Maya, look at this, it's important. I think we ignored for a long-ass time. Because, as lawyers, we don't know how to flip pages. It's me, Mario, when you open it. I forgot about that one. I remember the bye-bye one. No, Mia didn't write that? I thought it was Mia who wrote Maya in Blood. I thought Mia wrote Maya in Blood to, like, say, Maya, look at this. Oh. She said White wrote it with her finger. Oh, I forgot about that detail. Never mind. Well, like, oh no, it's a horrible accident. Better make sure an innocent doesn't get blamed for this. When it was Emma, the innocent was Joe Dark. The innocent was Joe Dark, though. Like, everyone else there was willing to pin the blame on Joe Dark by falsifying stuff.
Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
was Emma Skye.
See you, Worthy! Can't say I didn't warn you!
Hi, Gant.
Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about?
We have a man of the law. Truth is more important than, oops, I'm dead! Got our client saved. We've, like, gone as far to say we now have a circumstantial thing to suggest something. We've still not even touched the actual case.
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law.
Spoken like a motherfucking cop. Jesus Christ.
Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge.
Edgeworth's not happy. How much I love Gant. Dude's evil! Dude's very evil! Dude is so evil!
Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
The court is just like... Did this cop just admit that he doesn't care about the fucking night? I need to stand there like it wasn't his fault. Order! He just admitted he's corrupt and no one cares what. Not like unironic love. I love him as an antagonist. As an antagonist, I mean, I'm not going to use the word love, but like, fuck, he's a scary antagonist. I'm worried about when we actually go up against him. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Shit is fucked. Shit's incredibly fucked. Shit is so immensely fucked. With Pride open SL9, we have lots left to go to bring the current class to a close. Yeah! We're not even close, are we? Alright. Well, fucking hell. The fact that that goes as far as Emma did an accidental murder. Jesus Christ. I will say this. This case has a really slow and bad start. Like, the entirety of the first, like, investigation and trial could be removed and condensed into something else. It really could and should be, because it's, bad. Like, that part of the game is straight up bad. Like you're talking to characters who are annoying you, and just, like, you're teaming up with Science Girl who's being annoying. The trial is the most roundabout, awkward moment, like, trial in the entire game. But I will say, it's been improving a lot since then. It's been improving a fuckload since then. To the point now where I haven't even finished this. But, like, my big thing was, when I got to this, was just like, okay, the last case of Turnabout Goodbyes was so fucking good, right? Turnabout Goodbyes is so fucking good. And feels like such a good fucking ending to the game, right? Will this, like, so my thought process going into this case was, this case doesn't just have to be good, but it has to feel like it warrants being the ending instead of Turnabout Goodbyes. Because of how fucking good Turnabout Goodbyes was. Turnabout Goodbyes was like getting a big resolution to a lot of the things that had built up in that game at that point. This, though, is like rocking the foundations of our two main characters to their fucking core. Like, no matter how this ends, like, Phoenix and Edgeworth are going to be fucked up from this case, right? Like, Turnabout Goodbyes ends on a happy note. Not so much happy for Edgeworth, but just, like, Edgeworth learns a lot about himself and the stuff going up. He gets, like, closure on what happened to, in DL6, right? Like, he gets all of that, and it's, like, an opportunity for him to turn over a new leaf in his life. And stuff like that, of just, like, I don't have to live in Von Karma's shadow or influence anymore because I know what he's actually like. And stuff like that. And Phoenix, like, makes a big name for himself by just doing the most ridiculous shit in court, and really proving himself and stuff like that. Maya gets, like, her character arc and stuff. Yeah, Gumshoe's, everyone's fucked in this case. Like, no one's getting out of this case without being fucking ruined, right? Like, Phoenix is going to be rocked to his core from this case. Because the teenage girl that he was partnered with for the entire time, he just proved that she did a murder. Any getting Lana out of a murder verdict is not going to help that. Also, at this point, even if we get Lana off of a murder verdict, I don't know if we're getting Lana out of prison. Like, with the way that this game implicates all of its shit for how it happens, even if she didn't murder Goodman, she's still gonna be done with conspiracy and accomplice and, like, covering up and stuff like that. And also the evidence forging. And, like, Edgeworth is just... everything about Edgeworth's character at this point, like, every single aspect of who he is, has just been uprooted. Like, every basis that Edgeworth prided or based himself on has been completely uprooted and thrown out the fucking window now, with the last case and this case. I don't think all that will get her the death penalty like the murder would. No, she's probably, she's not going to be sentenced to death if we get her out of this. I don't think we're stopping her from going to prison. She's still probably going to go to prison, though. Yeah, like, there's still a lot to do. Like, there's one more stream left and, like, one more part of the trial left. There's still a lot of work to do, though. There's still, like, we have, once again, gotten to the end of a trial and still not actually discussed the case we're talking about. Hell, we didn't even discuss in this the case that happened at the same time as this. We spent 2 hours discussing a case that happened 2 years ago. Significantly longer than it took us to do DL6. One, because this case is padded to hell. But two, like, we needed to do a lot to prove SL9 was like a cover-up. So we can get one piece of evidence in the next thing that we do. But no matter how the next episode goes, people aren't getting out of this in a happy ending. Like, Turnabout Goodbyes had, like, a happy/bittersweet ending for its characters. But this is just like, no, everyone's coming out of this broken. DL6 is a nice, breezy, simple incident compared to SL9. We had to bullshit, and the thing is, there's way more evidence for SL9, and it's way easier to put the pieces together. DL6 was having to make wild leaps in logic and piece shit together backwards for shit to start making sense. Because we had very, very, very little to work with. We had a lot more to work with in this, but piecing those pieces together is just a long process. Whereas, like, in DL6, it's really hard to put those pieces together, but overall, there's, like, a couple pieces that you put together and it shows the entire thing. Like, it's just, like, show the gun that was used, show that 2 bullets were fired, show where the other bullet is. That's all you needed to do to prove that Von Karma was there, but, like, how much you had to do to get to even, like, putting out those 3 points was, like, you had to make leaps and bounds in logic to do that. Where this, it's been very steady, piece by piece, it uncovers more and more and more. But there's a lot more pieces to uncover. Accidentally killing while trying to save someone, she wouldn't be declared guilty of murder. We had a case earlier in this game. Where someone killed someone when they weren't trying to murder them. I don't know if they got the death sentence, but they sure as fuck went to prison. Like, literally one of the earlier cases in this game is in self-defense from someone trying to kill them, someone accidentally killed someone else. And they went to prison for it. Like, the thing that's going to save Emma from not going to prison in this is the fact that the case is closed. Like, it legally can't be reopened at this point. The only reason that she's not going to go to prison is because it legally can't be reopened now. We didn't make the statute of limitations by a day. Like, the case happened on that. Miles also had himself 100% responsible for his dad murder. That was the crux of 1-4's finale. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's bittersweet for Edgeworth. Because he no longer considers himself responsible for his father's murder. And that's a massive burden laid off his shoulders and stuff like that. But there is still the aspect of the dude who raised me and taught me everything I knew was the one who killed my dad. Right? Like, there's still that. There is still that. But, anyway. Next time, we end Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney with, Trial Letter, and we will finish everything off. Fuck me. Fuck me is all I can say right now. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I am out of here. I will see you all, next time, for the final time, for this particular game. So, until then, this is version 2, signing out.